see each nation's final 2 riders, and it's all to play for as we head toward the medal ceremony later this afternoon. We are once again watching the Prix St. George, and with the team standings this close, every score matters, except precision, power, and no small amount of pressure, as these young athletes ride not only for themselves, but for their nations. So let's enjoy this final stage of the Young Riders team competition together and witness the moment when dreams turn into medals. And we already have seen the first competitor of the day here in Kronberg just entered into the arena. And we will put our focus now concentrated on the first combination. The bell rings by the jury, the sign for the rider. Having another 45 seconds now to start. And we proudly introduce Señora Eva Gonzalo Garcia, representing Spain, together with this beautiful chestnut, Just Happy. Buenos dias, Eva Gonzalo Garcia, representing Spain. Just Happy, 9 years old, gelding by Jess. Starts really impressive here in this first trot work. Maybe we see that the horse still a little bit tensed and looking around this outstanding atmosphere here in Kronberg. It's of course not always that easy for the young horses. Now we could see that here there was a small issue in the rhythm. It still seemed that Just Happy being a little bit overwhelmed here by the atmosphere in Kronberg. You can see a horse with a lot of potential in this trot work, but for today I think they couldn't achieve their standard of suppleness here in the first part of the tests. I need to really make sure to keep him open in the frame here in the collected walk and to stay in the rhythm. The right one a bit better than the left one, but still we will see again today some really nice walking periods. Now into the first extended walk, and yeah, of course Eva Gonzalo Garcia needs to check how long she can give him the rein. Of course she feels that he's a little bit tense today, so does not reach the highest level of stretching here today, and of relaxation. Comes here really nice into the first canter. Good half passes. She really needs to make sure to always really open up the frame. He's not getting behind the vertical. Yeah, this period still a little bit out of balance and very big. Let's see how she manages it to the right. Yeah, that was a bit better. Smaller period. And to reach out there in these periods, higher marks, they need to achieve a higher level of collection. The horse really takes the seat more on the hind leg and is turning absolutely in balance, the shoulder around the hind leg. I'm sure we will see that today as well in perfection. Very nice changes here, super managed by Eva Gonzalo Garcia. Seems the horse finds a bit more the relaxation here during the canter work now. Muchas gracias, Eva Gonzalo Garcia, and Just Happy representing Spain. And how lovely is that to see these happiness of the rider really enjoying the stay here in Kronberg, being happy with her young horse. Really nice to see how she could give him a bit more self-confidence during the test, finding more relaxation than in the canter work, gaining some more points. I'm sure even in the trot work there is a lot of potential today, not with the best part of suppleness here. 65.853% today for this lovely combination from Spain.
64.853 and at me 67.647 gives her an average score for our jury of 65.853% for Eva Gonzalo Garcia, Just Happy, and Spain. Next to go, ladies and gentlemen, next team rider for Great Britain, winning the international young riders in Wellington Hackfield, who was a member of the bronze medal team of the last Europeans, presenting Katniss, a KWPN mare from Galaxy.
Yeah, very next famous combination entered the arena. We warmly welcome Isabel Lickley and her Katniss. Katniss is striking bay by an approved British sire out of a sport type mare. Galaxy and Charmeur. Team Great Britain, ladies and gentlemen. Isabel Lickley and Katniss. The rider, 20 years old. Only 20 years old. Starts super nicely here with a very nice entrance. What directly impresses me is the kind of self-carriage both are showing just from the first step. A really nice and light connection. Very nice frame here on the short side. I don't know if it's possible maybe for the regie that the camera is setting a little bit earlier to the short side so that we can see really the frame from the side on the short side. Maybe that's possible. Yeah, coming here very nice in a Good half pass after the shoulder in, keeping the swing and the rhythm. And another very nice extended trot. The horse is not really getting faster, gaining more ground cover. Thank you so much. That's exactly what I meant. So we can really see this beautiful frame here. Coming very nice into this hard shoulder into the right. Very nice balance. Good in the connection. Very nice self-carriage during the whole trot. You can see here very fluently and absolutely brilliantly seated rider Isabel Lickley. Nice transition here, really smooth in the walk. Could have been a little bit more on the center line then. Just if we are searching for a small fault. And now into a very good collected walk here. Very nice in rhythm. Again, a very nice frame, good connection. And the walking period to the right. Maybe they could have been a bit more placed, a little bit calmer in the rhythm to reach out even some higher points in these half periods. You can see she's getting between 6.5 and 7 by the judges. Whoop. Problem. Yeah, finds the relaxation. The horse not the most and biggest over tracking, but absolutely relaxed walk and in a clear rhythm, and that's what it's most important. And again, I really love to see these kind and smooth transitions. Isabel Lickley is really riding with a lot of feeling here in Kronberg. Guiding her beautiful catness here with a lot of harmony throughout the test. Even the period, a little bit the same like in the walking period, could be a bit more place to even reach out higher marks there in this period work. Maybe she does not want to take the risk of losing the rhythm. Yeah, that was a bit better to the right out of my perspective here. She starts really nice here in the 4-time changes. Good balanced, good collected, and still through the body, uphill. Always with a tendency from behind to the front. That's what we see during the whole test here. This is really a horse being ridden from behind to the front. Very nice 3-time changes here. And again, I want to point and figure out this lovely seat of Isabel Lickley, really guiding Katniss with a lot of feeling and just as much aids as necessary. Very nice extended canter here. Transition could have been a bit clearer maybe. Back to the collection. And a lovely balanced center line. And a really nice hold. Ladies and gentlemen, what a strong performance here for Team Great Britain. Isabel Lickley and her beautiful Katniss. And we see that again here in this lovely trot tour. In some smaller parts, the horse could stay a bit calmer than even in the mouth. But when we see the overall horse, we just have seen a horse with a lot of confidence and happiness here in the arena. And that leads to 70.235% today for Isabel Lickley. It's rank 5. A very important score in the fight of the medals today for Team Great Britain.
At C 70.735, at M 68.382, and at B 69.412. As mentioned, 70.235% for Isabel and Katniss on the British round. Which brings Great Britain a bit forward in the ranking. Now the third competitor for the German team.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the tension is rising. Team Germany being second after the first day. Now putting their really young stars from Germany now in the ring, and one of them already entered. Riding the 11-year-old Westphalian mare Zink Emma FH NRW. Emma is by Escola out of a Laurentiana mare. And ladies and gentlemen, for Team Germany, Lana Pinu Baumgürtel and Zink Emma FH. FH after the name stands for their home stable, Freiberger Hof. And what a confident start here by Lana Pinu. Super nice balanced shoulder in here with a nice rhythm, keeping the swing. Wow, what a vault. So in balance, absolutely stayed on the track. Good self-carriage, good bending and flexion. Very good extended trot here. The horse also does not become really faster. He gains ground cover. Very nice frame here on the short side. Big trotting through the body from behind to the front. Absolutely well balanced here again in the shoulder and to the right. She's really setting one highlight after the other, not losing even 1 point. Absolutely brilliantly ridden by Lana Pinu Baumgürtel. Good half pass to the right and the transition into the collected walk. So absolutely a clear 4-beat rhythm here. Now she finds a good connection. Very small period. That was a really strong collected walk to her. I could find a bit more of the stretching now here. A little bit more of relaxation. Still a good walk with a very nice over tracking. But I think you can still even reach out a little bit more. Very nice transition again, smoothly guided by Lana Pinu Baumgürtel. And this half pass to the left, it's fluently clear in the rhythm, but he got a little bit crooked in the neck. Here to the right, better. Very nice flying change directly on the point, making her horse straight before the change again. Beautifully ridden. Preparation. Became a little bit big here. Maybe could achieve a bit more self-carriage in the period to the left. Let's see how she manages it to the right. Yeah, we can see that as well here. He could take a little bit more the place on the hind leg, carry the weight a little longer. That she really turns the shoulder around the hind leg and not the hind leg starts to turn as well around the middle position of the horse. Very nice 4-time changes. Super uphill, straight through the body. And what I really like is that Lana Pinu Baumgürtel makes it look really easy. And it definitely is not easy, as we all know. But when it looks like that, it's always a good sign. Yeah, brilliantly, these 3-time changes as well. And she's gaining good points here, as we see for these tempi changes. Absolutely correct riding. From this so super talented young rider. Wow, what a strong test for Team Germany, ladies and gentlemen. Lana Pinu Baumgürtel and Sync Emma FH on NRW, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very important, strong performance here for Team Germany. If they really want to fight for the gold medals today, they need these high scores now. Her sister is trying to achieve another high score later on, Luciano Baumgürtel. But Lana Pinu really took over the pressure today, and we couldn't feel that. She was so self-confident during her test, always staying focused with her horse and the exercises. And that's the new lead, ladies and gentlemen. And that's absolutely right. 74.294%. And as you can hear, the people here in Kronberg, they are also happy with that result. Now Germany is taking over the lead so far.
Individual classification as follows at A 75.147, at H 73.529, C 74.853, and M 75% flat, and at B 72.941. Again 74.294% for Germany, for Lana Pinu Baumgürtel and Sync Emma. Next to go for Team Poland, winning the Nations Cup in Sopot, in first place in the Young Riders individual competition, and second place in the freestyle, presenting first Fernando OLD, stallion from Oldenburg, from Fürstenball in Rosario, presented by Caroline Pavluk, representing Poland.
Now we have another individual rider coming up now, representing Poland here in the Young Riders division. We proudly introduce now Caroline Pavluk, 19 years old, starting with a fantastic entrance and a super salute here with the promising 12-year-old Oldenburg stallion, first Fernando OLD. Bred by Fürstenball out of Rosario. Starting here with a really impressive trot work. Really trotting through the body. Keep swinging. Lost a bit the balance there on the short side. Also a horse, which you can see with a lot of movement, and if we do the comparison, we just have seen Lana Pinu Baumgürtel with a horse maybe with a little less movement, but she had a little bit more balance. She had her horse a little bit more between the inside leg, outside rein, really staying on the track, riding every line so in balance, and that's what it's then, even for the judges, a bit more important than having a horse maybe with a little bit more of movement. But the groundwork of balance and correct guiding is not 100% there. On the right side here, very nice now, a good vault. So a very strong start here in this trot work. Maybe in future they can find a bit more balance and maybe a little bit more relaxation to even reach out such as highest points as Lana Pinu Baumgürtel achieved today. I could stay a bit more steady here in the connection as well in these walking periods. It comes really nice now on the diagonal. And she's giving him the reins, so you could find a bit more the stretching downwards. You can see a horse with a big walk as well, clear 4-beat rhythm. But even there, maybe today they don't achieve their maximum level of suppleness and relaxation here in Kronberg. You can see there's a lot of potential in that combination. Super ridden here, very nice change and a very balanced half pass with a clear 3-beat rhythm. And the period to the left, still a bit big. Good flying change at C. And the period to the right. She manages it really good in both periods, we must say. They can be a bit smaller, can be a bit more carried on the hind leg and a bit more balanced in future. Well done here by Caroline Pavluk. These 4-time changes, super managed, absolutely balanced, clear through the body. And the 3-time changes. Super. Very safe and clear changes, nice uphill. Very good extended canter here, but even there we can see that sometimes that she's losing the line a little bit, not really staying on the track she used to stay. And the last center line for Team Poland, ladies and gentlemen. We have just seen Caroline Pavluk. Yeah, and again, happy riders, happy fans from Team Poland.
And here are the scores for Valentina Pavluk. First, Fernando OLD as follows, judge at E.
And here comes the score, 69.236%, which is the 9th place so far for Fürst Fernando OLD and Caroline Pavluk representing Poland.
Adam 69.118 and 69.412 gives an average of 69.236% for Poland.
That's the 3rd rank so far for the Polish team. And as I said wrong before in the entrance, it's not an individual participant, and that part Caroline Pavluk. Sorry for that fault from my side. So we now switch over to Scandinavia again, coming now to an individual rider from Finland. Anina Kolu is representing Ghana. And the sign again for the rider to soon start the entrance. And Anina Kolu is riding the Netherlands gelding Ghana, 14 years old. By Russo, out of a mare by Fero. She has also chosen the bridle for today's test, ladies and gentlemen. Anina Kolu representing Finland. The rider, only 19 years old. We have so young talents. As I said yesterday, we all need to take our hats off for these young talented riders starting here under pressure in Kronberg. Good frame here on the short side. Yeah, the cameraman also yesterday was interesting. He's a really smart guy, always smiling on the corner there. The horses need to look at him. Very nice here, super balanced, nice crossing in this half pass with a good bending and flexion. Very well managed by Anina Kolu. Also guiding Ghana with a lot of feeling here through the arena. Maybe we could wish ourselves a little bit more suppleness, a little bit more swinging over the back. Another correct shoulder in. Maybe she could end the shoulder in a little bit nicer to really show the difference then between the start and the beginning, between the beginning and the end of the shoulder in before she turns into the vault. But again, a good half pass here. Good start here for Finland. And Anina Kolu coming into a really correct, collected walk now with a good frame, a good connection. She keeps him long in the neck, keeps him in front of her. Could keep a little bit more self-carriage in that periods. Let's see how should they find in the relaxation now. Again here, that's what I meant in the trot work before. We see that in the walk as well. A little bit more suppleness would improve that walk and even reach out higher marks. Yeah, she's managing it really nice when there is coming a little bit of tension, even also before the transition into the canter walk. She really does not want and try to push him too much, just to show him, come on boy, we are doing this together. And the period, yeah, super managed. A little bit big, but in a clear rhythm. We can see there is a lot of potential for the collection. She could place the period a little bit smaller in future. But she starts very nice, keeps her horse straight in the introduction. Very good period here to the right. For me, a highlight of her test. Yeah, needs to make sure to keep the 3-beat rhythm now. The clear jump in the hind leg. Very good change at sea. Very nice. 4-time changes. They seemed really easy and supple. Nice uphill. Could stay a bit straighter in future. And again, the 3. I really like her type of riding forward. Even in these changes, you don't have the feeling she's breaking down. She's keeping on moving forward from behind to the front and really showing through very nice 3-time changes here. Ah, what a pity. Don't know if you heard it, but something rushed out outside the arena. Made him a bit spooky for a second. But they can definitely be proud of themselves, showing a nice and harmonious round here in Kronberg. Anina Kolu and Ghana representing Finland, ladies and gentlemen. And here comes the result. While we see this nice half pass to the right again with a good bending and flexion there. 66.117% today for Anina Kolu and Ghana.
66.029. C again 66.029 and M 65.294 and B 66.176 gives Anina Kolu and Ghana an average of 66.117% in today's team test. And now again the team from Portugal bringing Delgado into the ring, a KWPN gelding from 2008 by Oscar and Sandro Hit, presented by the individual and team test winners of Samora Correa and Abrantes. Here's Maria de Graça Abecasis representing Portugal.
Yeah, we switch over now from Finland to the team of Portugal, being here in Kronberg with only 3 riders, which puts all of them a little bit more under pressure. Maria da Graça Abecasis, ladies and gentlemen, and Delgado representing Portugal. Delgado, a really experienced horse, 17 years old. It's not clear in the rhythm. You've seen that on the diagonal. Delgado by Verdi out of a Sandro Hit mare. Good shoulder in here. And the half pass to the left with a good bending and flexion. Maybe we would wish ourselves, after the first start here in the trot work, a little bit more swinging over the back. We see that here as well. He's not 100% clear in the rhythm on the diagonal. A good frame here on the short side, but as I said, we would wish a little bit more swinging through the body, a little bit more swinging through the back. It seems like he's a little bit running away from the hind leg in that trot work. So here in the collected walk, he could stay a bit more collected, a bit calmer to reach out even higher marks. That's why even the periods are still a bit big here. And there we can see the difference, the experienced horse. It's not getting spooky by the sound coming up outside the arena. And finding a very nice stretching, very good overtracking, clear 4-beat rhythm here in the extended walk. And these half passes to the left, he could have stayed a little bit more steady in the bending and flexion, especially became a bit crooked. And the period, the turn quite good, but also here we would wish ourselves a little bit more taking place on the hind leg, reaching out even smaller periods. Change a little bit stuck there in the hind leg at C. Well, we can see that the horse is getting a little bit crooked even before she starts into the period, which makes it so difficult for the rider then and for the horse doing a small period when the hind legs are coming inside and coming in front of the front legs then. Another little issue there. And another one here, the 3-time changes where he has stolen the first change. And another one here. Yeah, it's the same for me a little bit in this canter work, that he's not really staying enough on the hind leg, not carrying enough the weight on the hind leg. Always a little bit too open. That was well managed here in the diagonal. Representing Portugal, ladies and gentlemen, here at the FEI European Championships for young riders in this young riders division, Maria da Graça Abecasis, representing Portugal. I think a combination still with good potential.
And here is her score at E, 64.118.
And here comes the result, 64.588%. It's the 27th place so far.
66.029 gives Maria da Graça Abecasis an average of 64.588 for Delgado for Portugal.
And we have one more competitor to go before we head into a small break of 15 minutes.
Here, the last team before we'll have a short break is coming into the ring. Team Sweden brings the third rider with Kinetic, a Dutch-bred gelding from Negro and Ips Crack.
And we just saw that there were still some highlights and potential in the ride from Maria da Graça Abecasis and Delgado. Today they didn't achieve their standard of collection and suppleness. So we keep the focus now onto the next combination from Sweden. We go back to Scandinavia again. Team Sweden here in the Young Riders division. We are now delighted to introduce you the elegant 11 years old Swedish warm-blood Kinetic S and Ellen Stymne, representing Sweden. Kinetics is by Calvin out of a mare by Silvio 2. Starting really impressive. I don't know how you guys feel at home, but I can really feel the energy from Kronberg here. From this combination, they bring a lot of energy here in the arena. Wow, what a nice balanced shoulder in. For me as well, the riders more often could end the shoulder in a little bit nicer before starting into the vault. Yeah, I could have kept a little bit more crossing there in the half bars. Well, what a beautiful stallion, what a beautiful chestnut. Let me check if it's a stallion. Very nice frame here on the short side. Active hind legs, really swinging through the back into the neck. From behind to the front, gaining a lot of freedom in the shoulder. Again, a super balanced, nice swinging shoulder in. Everything shown on the bridle here as well. And what a nice transition into an introduction into this half pass to the right. Absolutely beautifully ridden by Alan Stymne here. Yeah, needs to make sure to really find a clear 4-beat rhythm, a calm rhythm. From my point of view, maybe he's getting a little bit quick in this collected walk. Of course, the horses need to stay active. That's better now. Yeah, and that's always nice to see when the horses come into the arena. You feel that there's so much energy in that trot work, but then they find the relaxation as well in the walk, as we see here. Clear 4-beat rhythm, nice overtracking. Maybe he could stay a bit more steady in the bit, in the stretching. And again, into a really energetic canter. Beautifully ridden. This flying change. Really well prepared. The first half pass, maybe from my side, my point of perspective, could have been a bit more easier in the banding and flexion. Yeah, you can see that the period was one of the smallest period we've seen so far today. She's taking the risk. Maybe even there can have a bit more bending and flexion. Stay in this bending and flexion a little bit looser. Let's see how it goes to the right. Very nice, yeah. Yeah, she really makes sure that he's not turning into the right leg. Really well managed by the rider. Taking some swing for a good change. What I really like is that she's riding in the arena. Not just taking a seat on her horse. It still looks everything easy, but we can see she's really preparing every exercise. Fantastic 4-time changes. Really nice uphill. Again, a nice frame here on the short side and the 3-time changes. Super. Yeah, the pat from the rider, directly the feedback. Well balanced extended canter. Maybe she could figure out that transition back into the collection a little bit stronger. But I think we've just seen a really nice, sympathetic, harmonious, and really energetic combination. Alan Stymne representing Sweden together with this beautiful chestnut, Kinetic.
13 rider for Sweden. And after
Here we see maybe the flying change again, how she really but we could see before she really prepared the new and made the new side hole for the flying change before then asking for the change. and then directly came balanced into the new direction of the new half bars. These good 3-time changes here, really uphill through the body, steady in the bit. I really enjoyed watching it. Alan Stymne, kinetic, 69.706% so far today, the 8th rank. And ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we are heading now into a small break of 15 minutes. So it's time for you to refill your coffee. And then we are heading back for the second part of today's decision, who is going to be winning team of the European Championships of the young riders here from Kronberg. So stay tuned. We have a look on the leaderboard again. 74.294% for Lana Pinu Baumgürtel, followed by Annick van Dulst and my first choice, Tutopia, riding yesterday. Celestine Kindlein, Quotenkönig on the 3rd place, followed by Mickey Schellstrade, Venezia OLD, and Rose Oatley and Don Domingo. And then the first British rider, Isabel Lickley, we just saw with the good performance and her Katniss, currently on the 6th rank. These riders already reached the 70%, and we are looking forward who is going to beat the 70s as well. So stay tuned. We are back with the next competitor at 11 minutes past 9.
Pavluk from Poland. These are the top 10 so far in this team test for the young rider Europeans. So again, we will have a break. We're back at 9 o'clock and 11 minutes.
So you face it with a smile. There is no need to cry, for trifles more than this. You still recall my name and the month it all began. Will you release me with a kiss? I never took that bill against my will. There was a void I had to fill. You, if I would understand that there's nothing in this world that's coming first. The only road I know is curved, but I keep walking straight ahead. Shape that liquid wax, fit it out with greater cracks. Sweet devotion, my delight. Oh, you're such a pretty one, and the naked thrills of flesh and skin tease me through the night. Well, I hate to leave you back. If you need me, I'll be there. Don't you ever let me down. Dazed by careless words, cozy in my mind. I never took that bill against my will. There was a void I had to fill. You, if I would understand your head up high. Don't let nothing hold you down. Nothing hold you down, down. Don't let nothing hold you down. Nothing hold you down, down.
Get out on the ocean, if you sail out on the sea, if you get up in the mountains, if you go climbing on the trees, go through every emotion when you know that they don't care. Darling, that's when I'm with you. Oh, I'll go with you anywhere. Get up in a jet plane, or down in a submarine. If you get onto the next train to somewhere you've never been. If you wanna ride in a fast car, feel the wind in your hair. Darling, just look beside you. Oh, I'll go with you anywhere. Oh, and I will be with you when the darkest winter comes. Oh, and I will be with you. Feel the California sun. Oh, and I will be with you in the nighttime when it's through. Oh, I'll go anywhere with you. If you get up in the hillside, if you ride out on the plains, if you go digging up dirt, if you go out dancing in the rain, you go chasing in rainbows just to find the gold ain't there. Darling, just look behind you. Oh, I'll go with you anywhere. Oh, and I will be with you when the darkest winter comes. Oh, and I will be with you to feel the California sun. Oh, and I will be with you in the nighttime when it's through. Oh, I'll go anywhere with you.
Very steep test.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back live from Kronberg in Germany for the FEI European Championships for young riders and U25 in this U25 Young Riders division here in the outstanding dressur arena Schafhof. The first 7 riders have set the tone. It's going to be a tight race for the podium. We have already seen a number of strong performances, some personal bests, and a few scores that may prove decisive when it comes down to the final team ranking. So now it's time for the second wave of riders to make their mark. I'm sure we've got plenty of drama still to come. So let's dive right back into the action here at this prestigious European Championships with our next combination already entered into the arena. A 13-year-old Mare Alesta by Quadronneur out of a mare by Weltart, together with the rider Mira Dixo representing Hungary. What a pretty mare. This is all in black. Just a little white part, the hind leg. Really, really nice also here in the frame. Very impressive trot work. Keeping very nice the swing here, drawing the shoulder in. Little disbalance in the vault. And she really keeps the swing and the cadence during the half pass. Gaining really good ground cover here. Very impressive, that kind of trotting, and again a really nice frame here. Maybe she could stay even a little bit more steady in the connection. Also here in the shoulder in. Of course, it's a lot of movement to composure for the horse. They need a lot of power in their hind legs, especially, and of course in their whole muscle, to really carry the whole weight and the whole movement. Absolutely strong start here. And very nice ridden in this trot work from Mira Dixo, pardon. Very nice, this work period here. Even to the right. And a really nice clear 4-beat rhythm and a very good frame. A really nice collected walk tour here so far. She's really willing to give her the freedom in the neck. Maybe she could even stay a bit longer there to even maybe reach out a bit more ground cover. Also here a nice 4-beat rhythm. Yeah, keep the control. Very nice bending and flexion here to the left. The horse still being on the hind legs. In a clear 3-beat rhythm. Good change. Also nice to see how she really ends up the half pass and then does the change. Also here really preparing with the inside leg and outside rein riding this period. Yeah, not 100% in balance there. But we see there is a lot of potential in that combination. Nice change here to the right. And again, she's really preparing it very nice. And that's what I said before. In the first part, we have seen that sometimes very well managed here, the period to the right, that the horses become crooked in front before the period, and that makes it so difficult then to really carry the weight on the outside hind leg for the period and for a good turn then around the hind legs, which was really well managed here by Mira Dixo. Hope you could see that. And good 4-time changes. It's a sensitive mare. Having a little eye what happens outside. But again, super managed by Mira. Very, very strong changes here. And needs to make sure to keep the self-carriage here as good as it was before on the short side. It's not taking the highest risk here in the extended canter, but manages really well. A nice transition, a really nice flying change. Very, very strong performance, ladies and gentlemen. And a very nice last half hold. The horse could stay a little bit closer in the hind leg, but the way she introduced the hold was very nicely, not too much by hand. She really rode it on her seat. Representing Hungary, ladies and gentlemen, in the young division riders, that was Mira Dixo, representing her 13-year-old mare, Alesta. And here comes the result. It's a new third rank so far with 70.824%. And everything was ridden just on the bridle. Look at these good flying changes again, really through the body, uphill. The rider with just as much support in her aids as necessary, not moving her upper body too much, getting the horse in an unbalance, achieving really nice and straight flying changes.
Representing Hungary, 70.8 to 4 currently the third rank.
Even the second half of the period to the left was so nice.
The second competitor for Team Denmark.
Yeah, but it's
The bell is ringing for the winner of freestyle.
getting even more excited, ladies and gentlemen. We are now heading over again to Team Denmark.
Spartacus and Don Frederick. Here's Anina Kolu representing Denmark.
Representing Denmark, Anina Kolu and Sparaday. And at the beginning, I want to really point out we have Anina Kolu only being 19 years old, and the horse Sparaday only being 8 years old. Starts really impressive here in this, from the entrance, the first salute over the first diagonal, now into the shoulder in. Really steady, good swinging, good bending and flexion. Also here in the half pass, very nice crossing, very nice balanced, good bending and flexion, very fluently, and very nice and steady in the connection. It's for me one of the differences to this impressive trot tour we have just seen by Mira Dixo. And again, a good and balanced shoulder in to the right. She's really guiding her horse between the inside leg and outside rein. Wow, super half pass here again to the right. Very, very strong start by Natalia Platter. Very solid collected walk here. Controlled first period. Needs to make sure to not become quicker in the rhythm. Yeah, even here in the turn. For me, that's a bit quick. Really needs to make sure to keep the clear 4-beat rhythm in this collected walk. Now he's finding a little bit more this calmness. Also reaching a very nice over-tracking, walking through the back, finding a good stretching forward and downward. Maybe could keep a bit more the connection into the bit, but really coming in front of the vertical. Absolutely nice walk here, especially in the extended walk. Oh, what a joy to really look today here live on Clip My Horse TV and FEI TV. These fantastic combinations from all over Europe. So talented young riders representing their nations here. Yeah, she managed that very good. A little bit like in the walking period, she needs to make sure to really stay on the outside hind leg. Do not turn too quick, but still a very solid period to the left. Yes, very nice now to the right. Wow, that was a really nice period here. The horse was even taking a little bit more the weight on the outside hind leg. Fantastic flying change here. Wow, what a horse and what a 19 years old the rider, 8 years old the horse. Both doing an absolutely fantastic job here. The horse so focused, listening to the aids of Natalia Platter, and their aids are nearly whispering here. Very nice extended canter, and you can see she has so much feeling, always finding exactly the rhythm she needs. What a joy to watch that performance, ladies and gentlemen, representing Denmark, Natalia Platter and her outstanding gelding Sporade.
this score helps Denmark pushing forward.
And that's the second place so far with 72.559% for Sparaday and Anna Teiber. A very important score for Team Denmark in their fight for the medals today.
529 at E, 71.176 at H, 73.088 at C, 73.529 at M, and 71.471 at B. Again, 72.559 for Denmark.
And that's the score for Team Denmark now. It's currently the second rank with 142.4 points.
Presenting Ariana Gonda, a Dutch mare of 16 years for Romadour and Dublin, was placed on the podium and at the top 10 in Libiza and St. Margaret this year. Here is representing Italy, Maria Vittoria Magny.
Yeah, and after that really nice performance for Denmark, we now pay our attention to a rising star from Italy. We proudly present Maria Vittoria Magny, riding her 15-year-old mare, Ariana Gonda, representing Italy. Little issue there in the rhythm, the first extended trot. The medium trot, excuse me. I really like the type of the horse's energy of the hind leg flowing through the body into the mouth. I would wish myself a little bit more usage of the bridle here. And maybe achieving even a little bit more swinging over the back. The horse is really fluently, maybe could open the back in some moments a bit more. Yeah. The vault is very good on the line, not with that much bending and flexion, which is necessary to gain the highest points here. A very solid first trot tour here for Maria Vittoria Magny. And needs to stay in the rhythm here, in the clear 4-beat rhythm. I've seen that there was a little issue. I would wish myself the half periods a little bit more controlled. As she finds the stretching, tries to really give her the reins. We can see that the horse comes in front of the vertical, really stretches itself. Yeah. You see, as I said before, again, they have a look to the cameraman. super half pass here to the left. Well prepared the change, a good flying change. Super managed here by Maria Vittoria. We see there is potential for the collection, but she needs to, now a big issue here. The horse stole the change. The period was still too big. We see there is, let's see how she manages to the right now. There is a lot of potential, as we can see now. The horse really is willing to take a seat on the hind leg, the right one, better than the left one. But even here, she maybe needs to keep him a bit more over the back, so that he's not becoming too strong and then losing the balance in this periods. Started early, yeah. It's becoming a bit crooked here and there in these 4-time changes. And good flying changes to the right here. I think we see also here a combination with a lot of potential. Maybe today not with the highest level of suppleness. Comes very nice and straight, balanced here on the last center line with a nice half hold to the hold, and the salute for Maria Vittoria Magny, ladies and gentlemen, representing Italy. They had some bigger issues here and there, but as I said, I think we can see a horse and a rider with massive potential for Team Italy. And I would wish myself a bit more, as I said, the usage of the bridle, keeping the horse a bit more over the back, a bit more on the hind leg here and there, and then I'm sure they can achieve even higher scores. Today it's 65.353% for Maria Vittoria Magny and this elegant mare, Ariana Gondea. And also Team Italy is here in Kronberg with only 3 riders. So they have 1 combination left to go.
Coming here with top placements of Fidesz following Hungary, Broashkova representing Western Markets Captera representing Czech.
And we have another individual combination here in the Young Riders division. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to introduce now Anna Broashkova, representing Czech Republic, together with Prestemarkens Quartero. Yeah, we have seen that the salute not the best today. I can understand that this arena is so stunning. When you ever have the chance to be here one day, you definitely need to visit this place. Very nice, swinging through the body. I lost a bit the balance here, and then the rhythm in the entrance of the vault. Very good half pass here. Nice bending and flexion, really ending the half pass correctly on the center line. Good bending and flexion, well balanced. She keeps the swing through the shoulder in here to the right. Also through the vault. For me, it could all be a bit more on the hind leg. Yeah, this pivot to the right. She also there needs to really make sure to keep this clear rhythm. In the periods, he's a little bit just turning and not really carrying the weight on the hind leg. Losing the rhythm, but a very, very nice extended walk now. The nice freedom of the shoulder, good over tracking. Horse finds the stretching. Now again losing the rhythm here. We can see that clearly. He's getting absolutely too quick then in the rhythm when she starts to collect him a bit now. Yeah. This unsteadiness which we have seen here is what I missed also a little bit in the trot work. The horse is really a bit more steady and comfortable in his connection from behind to the front. And we see that again, the period is directly becoming big. He became a bit crooked before. We can see that from this camera perspective really well. And if we check that later on with some smaller periods, we may also see again the difference also in the introduction. Yeah, she managed that a lot better now here to the right. Good flying change here on the short side. And she managed that also very well. Safe changes could have been a bit more straighter. And for me, a little bit also here in this canter work, a bit more on the hind leg, achieving even more self-carriage. And the mistake here at the end. Clear issue there. She took the risk there on the diagonal to gain the last points now for the Czech Republic in her individual test today. Anna Broashkova and her Danish warm-blood gelding Prestemarkens Quatero. Quatero is by quarterback. Just want to give you that information as well while we're just seeing. We see that here as well, that we would wish a little bit more self-courage, a little bit more steady and softer connection than it already is. Today that leads to 66.059% for Anna Broashkova and Prestemarkens Quatero, representing the Czech Republic.
And 67.353 67.353 again. So her average is on 66.059% today. Broashkova impressed the markets at Thiago from Czech. Now we go a little bit west to Austria. Next team rider successful.
Ja, we say Gresti zu Austria. We switch over now to the next competitor, the next combination from Austria.
And Los Angeles. Here's Valentina Fredel, Austria.
She's presenting a Russian warm blood gelding named Korofan. He's 12 years old by Commandor. And she has also chosen the bridle for her start here in Kronberg. Valentina Fredel and Korofan representing Austria. Really well managed here by the rider Valentina. The horse a little bit unconcentrated due to the flies, maybe shaking a bit the head, which makes it difficult to keep the clear rhythm, but she did that very, very well. Also here, very nice swinging trot. Could stay a bit more in bending and flexion there in the half passes, or in the first half pass, excuse me. You see that here from the front, he's getting a bit crooked in the neck. A good over tracking, could stay a little bit looser in the back, keep a bit more swinging over the back through this extended trot. Very nice and balanced shoulder in here to the right with a nice self-carriage, good bending and flexion, very nice introduction into the vault, keeping very good on the line, staying absolutely in balance, super vault, and a very nice half pass to the right. So for me, the movements, the exercises on the right side, even better than the ones on the left. This horse, for example, now in the collected walk is more on the hind leg. That's what I meant before, even here in the period, stays more on the hind leg. The rider here, Valentina Fredel, has more control in these walking periods. See a clear 4-beat rhythm, maybe a bit too much over tracking here. And again, a clear 4-beat rhythm. May open up a bit more the back. He's finding the stretching and he's also finding the relaxation, but maybe not to 100% today. Staying a little bit shorter than he can show the extended walk. Very nice, balanced here, good preparation, good flying change, nice change of direction. He's again a bit sensitive maybe with the flies. lost a little bit the balance in the period. She really tried to ride it on the spot. Lost then a bit the balance. Here again, she needs to make sure to keep him. Yes, better to keep him on this outside hind leg and through the neck. Good flying change to the left here. Very nice here on the short side. Valentina Fredel really with a lot of feeling here in the ring. Super three-time changes. Absolutely well managed by this nice seated rider from Austria. Always making sure to keep her horse between the inside leg and outside rein. We can see that even through the corners. She's really using the corner. Framing her horse again. Also a strong performance and a nice salute here for Valentina Fredel, ladies and gentlemen, and Korofan representing Austria. And we see there the Team Austria, and in the middle, the famous Annabel Balkenhol, the daughter of Reitmeister Klaus Balkenhol, being a super international coach here in Kronberg. 69.412% for Valentina Fredel and Korofan today for this strong performance, still having potential to reach out even more in the future. And that means so far the 5th rank for Team Austria. Yesterday we have seen Fanny Jöpsel with Elastico as well.
Again, we are a little bit ahead of time. So chance to look at the individual rankings. Lana Pinu is in the lead. Runner-up Annick van Dost, Celestine Kindler on 3, and Mickey Scherslaat, the Netherlands on 4, Rose Oatley on the 5th place. So top score is with 74.294%. Next starter coming to us, an individual starter.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and we switch over now
Tatiana Sokova, representing Ukraine.
To the Ukraine. The Ukraine sent one combination here to Kronberg in for the individual ranking. So, ladies and gentlemen, we proudly introduce and really warmly welcome Tatiana Sokolova, representing the Ukraine, together with her energy. 16-year-old Netherlands gelding by Ampere out of a belted 2 mare, bred in the Netherlands. could keep a bit more self-carriage here. See that the horse is coming a little bit on the rein and then coming behind the vertical. The neck is not the highest point anymore. So she really needs to make sure to close him once more now from the hind leg to open him up more in front. She can really give him the reins and let the energy of the hind leg really flow into the neck. Otherwise, she's really losing a lot of points then. Even though we see a horse with a nice swinging trot, active hind legs. We couldn't see that now, but so good, but he was still behind the vertical. Yeah, now she's also having some struggle here in the bending to the right. And again, he's not carrying himself enough. That's a nice half pass now. Also better, a bit better in the neck with good bending and flexion. Nice crossing, keeps the swinging. Oh, she really has some absolutely impressive boots on as well. I've seen a lot so far, but that not. A really small walking period. Oh, we can see that also here in the results. She's just around 65, and I'm sure we are all fine when we say that there is surely space for some higher scores, while she can achieve more self-carriage, can achieve getting the nose more in front of the vertical, the neck a bit higher in that trot work. The quality is definitely there. Also here in the walk, the horse, a clear 4-beat rhythm. The collected walk today in the half periods, not that secure. But we see a horse even here stays in the rhythm. Nice transition into the canter. Let's see if she can fix the problem a bit better now in the canter. A little disbalance here in the change. Came a bit crooked. So here we see a hind leg with quality from the horse, but he could stay a bit more on this outside hind leg. Yeah, well managed, this left period here. Still was a bit big. Yeah, again, even in the outside canter then in the corner, we see that the horse is losing a little bit the rhythm then, the clear 3-beat rhythm, which shows us that he's not enough on the hind leg, not enough in front of the rider's aids. Carrying not enough self-carriage. That was a bit better here. A very nice flying change. Little issue there. You see, even in the changes, there is still a lot of potential. The changes through the body, uphill. There's still a lot of space for higher marks. Very nice. It's really jumping through the body. Very nice kind and art of doing the changes. When we imagine that a bit more in self-carriage, sure she can really reach out very, very high marks. Extended canter, also very nice. The horse not becoming too quick, really gaining more ground cover. And again here in the corner, maybe you have seen that as well, that the horse again, he loses the rhythm then here and there also in this canter work. And the last salute here. Tatiana Sokolova, thank you very much and the best regards to the Ukraine. And we see that here also in the frame. We would wish ourselves the neck higher, the nose more in front of the vertical, so that it looks a little bit more like a rising airplane where the horse really comes down with the hind legs under the body and comes up with the chest, becomes light in hand because it stays active and more under the body. But here we see clearly also this good uphill changes with a lot of quality.
64.971, the total, the average for Tatiana Sokova. And energy representing the
Yeah, and these were 64.971% for Tatiana Sokolova, and energy, which is the 32th place so far. And ladies and gentlemen, the tension is really rising now here again, because we have the next combination from the Netherlands really fighting for the medals. Excuse me, I was wrong. We have the next combination from France. That was my fault, excuse me. Representing France, ladies and gentlemen, we also very proudly present now Emiline Chev, representing Borderline, the 21 years old rider, and the 11 years old Hanoverian gelding Borderline. It's by the Grand Prix sire Bordeaux, out of a mare by Blue Horse Hotline. Comes really impressive here in the first trot tour, really rides forward, wants to collect the points. We would wish ourselves that the hind legs would step a little bit closer to each other in that extended trot. Sometimes it's still a sign of a little disbalance. But I really like that kind of riding forward. Super nice here again, these half pass to the right as well. Yeah, needs to make sure to stay on the center line straight in the transition. These are all small issues, but every point counts here. We are at the European Championships. Has a lot of over-tracking here in this collected walk, which may will not result to the highest marks then. Clear 4-beat rhythm. As we can see, but the hind leg should not overstep the mark of the front leg. Good extended walk now, really nice over-tracking, nice freedom in the shoulder. The horse may find a bit more stretching downwards, but nice to see how she tried to give him the freedom Emiline Chev manages that very well. I would wish a little bit a clearer jump of the 3-beat rhythm. A little bit more active, but very nice this half period here. Also in the outside canter, she's losing a bit the jump, a bit the 3-beat rhythm, the clear one. The horse should stay a bit more on the hind leg and a bit more in front of her legs. She really does not have to push him too much. Very nice half period here again to the right, absolutely controlled. We can see a high level of connection here. Super change to the left, nice through the body, uphill. Comes very straight now. Good preparation for the first change. It's also a good kind of riding here from Emiline Chev. Yeah, a little bit. Needed to help him a little bit there for the last change. But here again, on the short side, I would wish a little bit more 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. A little bit more jump to even reach out higher marks there. Yeah, she saved that really well. And the pat to the horse. So nice to see always this connection between horse and rider when the rider is thankful for what our lovely partners do for us. Especially a little bit after these transitions backwards again. There she can improve a little bit this canter work in future. A nice last salute for France, ladies and gentlemen. And that coach, the famous Jan Nivelle, one of the most famous international dressage coaches, standing for classical kind of riding, which we definitely have seen here today with Emiline Chev. I'm sure Mr. Jan Nivelle is going to be proud of this combination and their performance today here, representing France in the Young Riders division. Emiline Chev and Borderline. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another coffee for you. Fill up your glasses. We are going to be back in around 15 minutes. At 10:22 we are expecting the next combination, and then we are expecting the next combination from the Netherlands. So even though we are going to have a small break now, it's going to be very, very dramatically in this next part. We have another 2 blocks to go in this Young Riders division. In the lead so far, we have with a personal best and 74.294% actually Lana Pinu Baumgürtel, followed by Anna Taiberaben. We have seen with Sparaday and an outstanding round scored by 72.5%. And another personal best on the 3rd place until now, Annick van Dulst, with my first choice and Tutopia for the Netherlands. And we are going to be very excited how the team ranking will set up at the end. So stay tuned here live, broadcasted on Clipmer Horse TV and FEI TV from Kronberg.
Followed by Annick van Dulst, Netherlands, Celestine Kindler, Germany, Vicky Schelsnatte, Netherlands, Rose Audley, Germany, Isabel Lickley. Number 7 is Michaela Skovskage, Denmark. 8, Alan Stymne. 9, Tekken Control Bennett. And on the 10th place still Carolina Pavluk. So this is the halftime break for today. So 3 quarters we already saw. The low, last, and coming quarter, the final will proceed at 10:22.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FEI European Championships for young riders and U25 riders here from the Dressur Arena Schafhof in Kronberg, Germany, broadcasted live for you all over the world by Clip My Horse TV and FEI TV. My name is Robinson Bodevic and I'm very thrilled to welcome you again and guide you through this absolutely thrilling competition, the fight for the medals.
A lady who was quite successful in Axlo and Tolbert this year.
And we have seen now the first 39 riders who have set the tone, and it's going to be a tight race for the podium. We have seen already a lot of strong performances, personal bests, and I'm sure there are some more to come. The atmosphere is now really building up once more here at the Schafhof while riding for the Netherlands now. Here in this youth riding division, we proudly present Yasmin Vesserink and Amphitryon OLD representing the Netherlands. Yasmin Vesserink, only 18 years old. Now she arrived here in Kronberg after a small issue at the beginning with a nice extended trot. A lot of freedom in the shoulder, active hind legs, good swinging through the body, also here in the shoulder and very nice and balanced. Steady connection to the bit, good bending and flexion, very nice self-carriage. The horse really flowing from the hind leg over the back into the neck. Very nice to see as well here in the half pass to the left. Good crossing, good swinging, very nice balance. Very, very nice extended trot. I could have stayed a bit more on the line. There we go again. Look at that good self-carriage. With a super bending. Out of the bending she achieves the flexion without using her inside rein too much. Very nice to see. Good kind of riding here from the Netherlands. And what a pity with that big issue at the beginning. Little misunderstanding in the communication. He could stay a bit clearer in the 4-beat rhythm here in that collected walk and during the periods. It's also why she's not gaining that higher points there. Even here in the extended walk, he could come a bit more to relaxation, stretch himself a bit more in front of the vertical to really gain as much over tracking and freedom in the shoulder as possible for the horse. Lost some points now here. Very controlled half passes. Yeah, very controlled period here to the left. And a safe flying change to the right. Very nice uphill and through the body. Very nice period here to the right. Very controlled. The horse stays between the inside leg and outside rein. Very, very well managed by the young rider, being only 18 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Yasmin Vesserink doing an absolutely amazing job here. Also after the big issue at the beginning, which didn't lead to let her lose the focus and the concentration. Very nice frame here on the short side. Again, a very nice self-carriage. The horse balanced really on the hind legs. You can see a good kind of collection by staying active and jumping through the body, even through the changes. Very simple, brilliantly ridden here by Yasmin Vesserink. I really want to figure that out. 18 years old. That's absolutely amazing. I could stay a bit looser in the back, yeah, in this extended canter, open up a bit more the back. But a really strong performance. She can be so proud of herself, and her whole team can be so proud of Yasmin Vesserink, representing the Netherlands. And the 13-year-old Oldenburg gelding Amphitryon OLD. And again, this nice period to the left here, half period. The horse really carries the weight on the outside hind leg, keeps the bending and flexion. 70.794% today for Yasmin Vesserink and Amphitryon OLD, which is the 5th rank so far. Important scores in the fight for the medals for Team Netherlands.
M 70.441, B 69.853 gives a 3rd rank in the individual classification and 70.794% for the Dutch team results.
That's the current situation. Team Germany in the lead with 145 points, followed by the Netherlands 142.6 and Denmark with 142.4. So it's really a close fight between these 3 teams, followed by the 4th team of Great Britain with 139.7 points so far. But now we put our attention to the next combination, just coming down the center line now into the first salute. Ladies and gentlemen, buenos dias, Javier Cayas and Resuelto AS. As we can see, a lovely PRE. He's a purebred Spanish horse by Labrador. And this is also always very, very interesting to see these different type of horses. Of course, we have a totally different type of a horse now with the typical way of moving for a PRE with a little bit less swinging, which we see often then by the warm bloods, but with a lot of potential for the collections and a really elegant type of moving. Very nice, the shoulder in here to the right. Very balanced, good bending and flexion. Could stay a bit more in front of the vertical. Yes, now that's a bit better here at the end of the second vault. And a good crossing, nice freedom on the shoulder here. In this half pass to the right, of course, we would wish ourselves a bit more swinging over the back, a little bit more self-carriage, that he really opens up a bit more his frame. But in my opinion, even a horse with maybe a little bit less movement or less swinging, such a like a PRE, he can still do a fantastic test by showing his elegant type of moving combined with a lot of suppleness, and that can often achieve more than having biggest movements but not enough suppleness. And especially also the harmony between rider and the horse, which they celebrate now here in this extended walk, which is for which was a nice walk with a good overtracking. Even here you can find a bit more the stretching in front of the vertical in the walk. But that's what we sometimes also see, that the walk is sometimes in the overtracking a little bit the weakness of these PREs, but not in that case here, together with Javier Cayas. I really like is how he's supporting his horse to really connect him from behind to the front with his middle position, really trying to strike out every canter strike. Yeah, came a bit crooked here in the first period. Could take a little bit more the weight on the hind leg, take a little bit more seat on the hind leg in that period to the left. Let's see how it goes to the right. Yeah, very nice introduction. Yeah, he started really nice, and then the horse falls a little bit against his inside leg. Became a bit strong in the bending, which made the period become even bigger then. Very nice changes here. The four tempies on the diagonal. Super straight, nice uphill. He keeps his horse in front of his eights. Always having a good connection forward. Very nice, the three-time changes, and absolutely well ridden by the rider. And again, a well-balanced extended canter here. Gaining ground cover. Could jump also here a bit more over the back. But an absolutely solid performance here from Javier Cayas, representing Spain, ladies and gentlemen. Muchas gracias.
Last team rider for Spain, the Spanish team, currently on the 9th rank. And again, Andrak, Germany in the lead, followed up by the Netherlands.
And it's so nice to hear how the Spanish teams celebrate their team member here for that performance, being happy with that combination for today.
Last riders of each team.
You can hear it, the atmosphere is absolutely rising up here in Kronberg. 66.647% for Resuelto AS, represented by Javier Cayas, representing Spain. And ladies and gentlemen, the tension is rising again because we are going to expect the next competitor for Great Britain before the last competitor of Team Germany is going to surprise us. But first of all, we see the last team rider for the British team.
Here is for Great Britain, India, German base.
There we go again. Already entered the arena, now riding for Great Britain in this young riders division, the last competitor. We proudly present now the young India Derman Mills, astride the elegant 10-year-old British warmblood gelding as Kate. Was formerly ridden by Verity Soul. India now in her final year as a young rider. She's really having some strong influence now because she feels that her horse is a bit spooky here. Tries to give him now the self-confidence, keep the focus. That, of course, was expensive in that medium trot. Very nice now, this half pass. Absolutely well balanced, nice fluently, good swinging, good bending, good flexion. She managed it very nice. Could stay a bit looser there, but that's for sure a little bit part of the tense still in the horse, but I'm sure she can keep that away. Very nice. This shoulder in. Nice self-carriage. And the energy of the hind legs really flowing through the back into the neck. A very nice half pass to the right here as well. Good crossing. Good bending and flexion. A little pity here with that tension. That's a fantastic perspective now. Thank you for the regie. Really well managed. Yeah, needs to stay in the rhythm. Not getting too quick in her turn. Yeah, again, the pad. Nice to see. She tries really to give her horse more self-confidence now, finding the relaxation for the important extended walk, which is judged in double. She's giving him the rein. That's a pity. Oh, what a shame. He's really a bit afraid here, we can see that. Let's see how she managed that now. She tries to stay confident but easy with her horse. In the situation, she did the best that she could, didn't punish her horse, stayed cool, is back on the track now again. Very good, the mindset here also from India, Derman Mills. It's so difficult and disappointing if these things happen. You can see there is so much potential in this combination. Yeah, again, we see there is the light hand. It's not that the rider is really doing the wrong stuff. And that's why the horse says, no, I don't want to do that. The rider really is doing a super job. But sometimes we are, as we all know, working with animals. And with some horses it's a bit easier and you can build up the trust a little faster, and with other horses it takes a little longer, but she's doing absolutely her best now. Patting the horse again. Yes, it's absolutely the right way. Just trying to forget a little bit now the championships and try to do the best for the horse now, because there is so much quality and so much potential in that combination. Give him a good feeling, that's what she does, and she gains the points now again for this high quality changes. Still a bit tensed. Again, super managed by her here in the corner again. What a pity today. They couldn't show their best. But we have seen a super rider, India Derman Mills, doing really her best today, doing the right in that upset situation where her horse said, no baby, that's enough, I'm afraid now, I need to turn. And she stayed calm and gave him the self-confidence, showed him, no my boy, we can do that together, trust me. And they finished up the best they could. And we should take our hat also here off this young rider from Great Britain, ladies and gentlemen, India Derman Mills, together with the only 10 years old British warm blood gelding Escade. Many highlights.
And here is the score
Today only 65.647%. We all know there is so much more space for higher marks. But this is also what the sport is about, the trust, the process, the work behind all this education. It's just not a moment, it's a work of years, and I'm sure we are going to see now another absolutely outstanding combinations, ladies and gentlemen. The tension is really rising. The last competitor for Germany entered the arena.
Now the individual and team European champion,
and
individual and freestyle.
It's the home game now.
From 2012 by Spielberg and Sanremo. Here's Luciano Bongle representing Germany.
Welcome in Kronberg, ladies and gentlemen. Luciano Bongle and Hugo FH representing Germany. The last competitor in the team, the famous and so experienced, so talented Luciano Bongle. The horse was educated by the famous international dressage rider Marcus Hermes, but Luciano took over the reins several years ago, developed him on. It starts really strongly here. Good half pass to the left. Nice crossing. A really elegant type of trotting by that horse. Super balanced seated rider. Good frame here on the short side. After a few steps, she really found the balance in that shoulder in, keeps good bending and flexion even through the vault. Can take the big steps through the vault here. Very cadenced half pass to the right. Very clear 4-beat rhythm here in the collected walk. Very controlled and good walking period to the left. Horse stays between inside leg and outside rein. She's really turning the shoulder around the hind leg, yeah. Lost a bit the rhythm there. Again, a very nice frame, and let's see how they directly find the relaxation. She gives him the reins. Now he really comes into a good and big walk, really through the body, gaining a lot of ground cover, and a very nice stretching. Of course, he was shaking a bit the head, but it's getting warmer again, and we've seen it with some other horses before. There are some horses, like the humans, being more sensitive with the flies. So we can excuse that. Super concentrated riding here by Luciano Bongle as we know it from her. Very nice change here after the half pass on the hind leg, uphill through the body. And there you see the difference in the introduction. She really tries to keep him between the inside leg and outside rein. Becomes a bit big then as well in the half period. From my point of view, the horse took place on the hind leg. Very good change again there at sea to the right. Changes really nice uphill. Clear in the jump. She wanted to do it a bit smaller, but then needed to make sure to keep the balance and the jump and the self-carriage. Super changes here. Very nice, fluently from behind to the neck. He really jumps through the body. Nice and uphill. Yeah, she opens up the frame again, puts him in front of her legs once more for the 3 times now. Very nice. She's moving forward, really pushing out the change. Very supple. Ah! What a pity. That clear issue there. Expensive mistake. Last diagonal now. That was super managed by Luciano Bongle once more. And the salute. Luciano Bongle, ladies and gentlemen, and Think Hugo FH, representing Germany. Maybe a little bit today under their own expectation due to the small issues. But still a very, very strong performance by this so talented young rider. Really excited about the score now. 71.970%, which is the third place so far. And that leads Team Germany now to the front.
Finland 72.059.
With an overall score of 217 points for Team Germany now, which is the score to beat for the rest of the participants here in Kronberg. The decision is not made yet.
Spain 199.53. So
we have another Danish competitor to go and another competitor from the Netherlands as well later on, who can become still a bit dangerous in that decision of the gold medal. But so far Team Germany is in the lead. And now we put our attention to the next combination here. This outstanding arena in Kronberg by family Linsenhoff. Representing Poland. Natalia Platter, ladies and gentlemen. And the elegant 11-year-old Oldenburg mare Dolcetto. Dolcetto by Dancier, out of a mare by Don Federico. Natalia, based in Poland and trained under the national young riders coach Magdalena Maciejewska. Starting here really nice. The first medium trot and the shoulder in. Could keep a bit more the balance here in the vault. But very nice, fluently, good swinging also through the half pass to the left. Maybe could cross a little bit smoother than they're having a lot of bending and flexion. And another very, very nice now extended trot with a really gaining ground cover, swinging through the body, good frame. Also here on the short side, very nice kind of trotting here. And nice kind of riding as well. Could stay a bit more steady there in the connection, a little softer on the right side. Very good half pass here to the right. Really nice, fluently. She's really keeping the swing of the collected trot within the half passes. Finding now in a good and calm, collected walk. Good first period. Again here to the right, he could have had a bit more suppleness in the back. Yeah, now it's getting better. Now he finds more the relaxation in the back, gains more over tracking. Clear 4-beat rhythm in this extended walk, and still some place to improvement. I really like the communication between rider and horse. She seems to be very easy, very smooth, absolutely harmonious. Supporting her horse really nice here, just as much as necessary. Also a good first half period, very solid. Also the change to the right could be a bit more uphill, a little bit more on the hind leg. Even here, there's the other movements to the right where we can see he's a little bit getting in trouble with the suppleness in the bending and deflection, which makes the exercises being to the left a bit better than to the ones to the right. Also the change to the left is a little bit more through the body, but all in all, very nice 4-time changes. Good rhythm here. And that's always also nice to see. She's always trying to keep her horse again between inside leg and outside rein. Very straight and balanced here, riding nice forward. Maybe for the judges they could have been a bit more collected to reach out even higher marks, but for me personally, I prefer the kind of riding forward. Always. Very nice again here, smooth transition. The horse stays light in that transition. Absolutely well managed. And a really sympathetic combination from Poland. Natalia Platter, ladies and gentlemen. And a nice last salute, a good hold. A super job, really.
Roger Deong and Natalia Platter for Poland.
Representing Poland. So here a really impressive extended trot with an active hind leg. 69.441%. And when we have a look at the judge at sea, he was as impressed as I was by that combination. I really enjoyed watching that pair. And I'm sure they can also improve by getting even a little bit more the work over the body, over the back. So Natalia Platter and Dolcetto, the best result for the Polish team, coming now to a score of 204 points.
Some changes for sure. But now we come to the last individual competitor riding for herself, for Luxembourg, competing with Bandolino, Olgott Gelding from Bordeaux and Florestan 1. Successful in TDE of Aachen and Leer. Here's Emiline Lange, Luxembourg, and Bandolino.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now putting our attention to a next individual and the last individual rider for today for Team Luxembourg. Emiline Lange and Bandolino representing Luxembourg. Jamie also only 20 years old. We can see a horse with a clear 2-beat rhythm here in the trot, a good kind of swinging. We would wish ourselves the horse a little bit more staying active by itself. You can see that Jamie needs to support him a little bit too much here during the test to really keep him active and forward, which then of course makes it looks always a little bit harder. Even here in the walk now, she needs to be careful to not use the spurs too much now. And even stay in a rhythm in her aiding. This is definitely too much, the usage of the spurs now. Here we can see that she's not giving the aid in the right rhythm now. That's definitely, until now, the highlight of their test. A fantastic extended walk, really through the whole body, the hind legs gaining so much ground cover, coming under the body, a nice freedom in the shoulder, clear 4-beat rhythm. Very, very good extended walk. Let's see how she can manage the canter work now. First impression, that looks a bit easier for both. Yeah, she managed that quite good. But even to reach out higher marks, she needs to make it look all a bit easier, keeping her horse more in front of her aids. A good period here to the right. Safe and solid flying change to the left. What I really like is that the horse does not seem to be very strong in hand. Starts really early here. Takes the swing for the changes, riding good forward, safe and solid 3-time changes. Nice flying change again to the right. I think we have seen there is still a lot of room for improvements. While she can achieve getting her horse more in front of her leg in future. Jamie Lee Lange and her 12-year-old Danish warmed-up mare, Bordolino. 63.588% for that combination for today.
Aufgehendes Ergebnis für Jamie Lano Bardolino bei E64,265, FE 64.265, H 62.941, C 64.706, M 60.882, and B 65.147 gives her an average of 63.588 times 64%. That's the score for Jamie Lange, individual competitor for Luxembourg. Now, the fourth team rider for Portugal.
And we are now expecting the last team rider here for Portugal.
With Diamo Dream, Oldenburg gelding, 14 years old from Diamo Gold OLD, and first Heinrich, presented by Thiago Fera, representing Portugal.
Yeah, for Team Portugal, the last rider now in the Young Riders division. We now proudly present Thiago Fera, riding the accomplished 13-year-old Oldenburg gelding Diamo Dream. (14 years old, excuse me, the horse. The rider is 20 years old. Diamo Dream is by Diamo Gold, out of a first Heinrich mare. Very smooth kind of riding. So Thiago Fera, excuse me, really with a lot of feeling here in that first part of the trot tour. The horse maybe not with the most impressive movement, but with a real swinging over the back. He could open up the frame a bit more here in this extended trot to let the energy of the hind legs swing a bit more over the back into the neck. It's a good shoulder in here, keeps the swing. Lost a little bit the balance there in the vault. That's a good self-carriage again here in the half pass. Yeah, needs to make sure to keep him crossing till the end. Really good and active collected walk and a clear 4-beat rhythm. Controlled first period. He lost the rhythm there. It's really nice to see how he can give the horse the rein, and the horse is really searching the contact forward, downwards, into the hand again. The horse naturally, not with the highest quality of each movement. Until now we didn't see the canter, but absolutely clear in the rhythm. So maybe not with the highest quality, but in that case, still correct. Very nice ridden. Little issue. He really tried to make sure to keep him straight for the new direction. Little issue there in this first flying change. The second one succeeded. Very nice first period here, well managed by Thiago Fera. I really like that kind of smooth riding by him. He's really trying to guide his horse with feeling through the arena, not with too much power and pressure. Even that half period here to the right, we can see there's a lot of ability for collection. And needs to make sure again to keep in this short part of the outside canter the clear 3-beat rhythm and the balance. Very well managed here, riding these changes forward. Again, a nice frame here. And this is absolutely also a little bit, as I said before, the natural quality of the horse. And we cannot compare that directly to the ones being on the top of the leaderboard right now. But we have to say there are still a lot of highlights in their tests in relation to their natural quality. I hope you understand what I want to say. As I mentioned before, I'm not a native speaker, so please bear with me for some issues here and there. Again, very nice managed here, the transition and the flying change to the right. You can be happy with that today. Andre Ferreira representing Portugal with this supple Oldenburg gelding Diamo Dream.
So again, we have a 15-minute break now, and proceed at 11:33 with the individual rider from Belgium. But first, we go into the details of the test from Thiago Ferreira and Diamo Dream, and the score for Portugal coming in a second.
So we maybe get another chance to have a closer look onto the leaderboard once more.
So we're waiting for one confirmation of our judges to have the official score.
Here comes the
we
score,
go.
65.382% today for Portugal and Thiago André Ferreira and Diamo Dream.
In detail, we have a score at E
Together they are on the 34th place
65.75
so far.
At C 65.75 again, at M 65.147,
And that
B
leads
66.176.
Team Portugal coming up to a total score of 194.676% so far, the 5th rank.
Portugal a
And
total score of 195. Sorry,
we will now take another short break,
194.76%.
around 15 minutes,
This is
before the last block of riders
currently the 5th place.
will enter the
We're
arena.
still awaiting the
So
team riders
it's
for
again the perfect time to
Denmark,
reflect,
Italy,
recharge, and
Austria,
maybe
France, and
grab
last
one
but
more
least,
cup of
Netherlands.
coffee for you,
Everything is open,
because the last group
but for the time
promises
being, the German
just
team
as much as
is leading with 217.
excitement as we have already seen. So we are back shortly with more world-class dressage, more team spirit, and more unforgettable moments here live on Clip My Horse and FEI TV.
11:33, we are all back here again.
this is my time. Got me feeling like I'm lost. I'll be facing all my demons now. I got my eyes on the road, Lord. Oh, I'm gonna do right by you, Lord. Lord. 'Cause I got a feeling in my bones, in my bones. Yeah, baby, I gotta move like a rolling stone, rolling stone. Yeah, baby, ain't nobody gonna talk me down. Ain't nobody gonna hold me now. I got a feeling in my bones, in my bones. Will never touch the ground. I feel it in my bones. I've been walking on a tightrope, yeah. I've been dancing with the ghosts. Can't nobody take me out my zone. I gotta walk until I get there, yeah. One step at a time. Tell my baby I'll be coming home. I got my eyes on the road, Lord. Oh, I'm gonna do right by you, Lord. Lord, 'cause I got a feeling in my bones, in my bones. Yeah, baby, I gotta move like a rolling stone, rolling stone. Yeah, baby, ain't nobody gonna talk me down. Ain't nobody gonna hold me now. I got a feeling in my bones, in my bones. Will never touch the ground. Yeah, in my bones. So I'm gonna take a leap of faith. Feel this moment, find my place. No, I ain't gonna walk alone. So we can take a leap of faith. See the moment, find a place. We ain't gonna walk alone. 'Cause I got a feeling in my bones, in my bones. Yeah, baby, I gotta move like a rolling stone, rolling stone. Yeah, baby, I got a feeling in my bones, in my bones. Yeah, baby, I gotta move like a rolling stone, rolling stone. Yeah, baby, ain't nobody gonna talk me down. Ain't nobody gonna hold me now. I got a feeling in my bones, in my bones. Will never touch the ground. I feel it in my bones.
I look up to the sky above, feel that sweet release from the days that I waste, trying to fight for space when I know what my heart believes. I won't run when the storm clouds come, I won't turn away, 'cause if your eyes on the ground, when the night comes round, you only see the stars when they fall like rain. Like rain, yeah. 'Cause if your eyes on the ground, when the night comes round, you only see the stars when they fall like rain. As we wait for the light to fade, I keep asking why all those stones that we threw, let the shadows grow and close every road we tried. But I won't run when the storm clouds come, I won't turn away, 'cause if your eyes on the ground, when the night comes round, you only see the stars when they fall like rain. Like rain, yeah. 'Cause if your eyes on the ground, when the night comes round, you only see the stars
Length, legs means
The legs.
the
All
legs.
my friends tell me I should move on. I'm lying in the ocean singing your song. Loving you forever can't be wrong. Even though you're not here, won't move on. That's how we played it, and there's no remedy for memory. Your face is like a melody, it won't leave my head. Your soul is haunting me and telling me that everything is fine, but I wish I was dead. Every time I close my eyes, it's like a dark paradise. No one compares to you. I'm scared that you won't be waiting on the other side. Every time I close my eyes, it's like a dark paradise. No one compares to you, but there's no you except in my dreams tonight. Oh, 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 oh. Ha, 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 ha. I don't wanna wake up from this tonight.
Welcome back at the dressage arena, ladies and gentlemen. Our judges are on their position already, so we can proceed with the hot final of the European team test. And in nearly 1
Yeah,
hour,
ladies and
we will
gentlemen,
know
welcome
who will be
back
the next
out of a
European
short break
team
here,
gold medalist.
live on FEI TV and Clip
Before
My
we
Horse
come to
TV
the next team
from
riders, we,
Kronberg,
have
Germany,
to
the
welcome,
FEI Dressage
the
European
final
Championships for
competitor
young riders and
of the place
U25
with the
riders,
team
and we are
and
going
future
to heat up the
champions,
final
Heavenly Charming, a
combinations
Dutch gelding from
in this
Chamberlain
team
United.
competition.
He is Yensen Deong from Belgium.
We have seen a lot of strong performances here from so many talented young riders.
Kom att vi tittar där istället så man inte får den här busken i vägen, eller?
So now coming down the center line, representing Belgium, Jette de Jong and Heavenly Charming. Heavenly Charming, a 12-year-old gelding bred in the Netherlands by Chameur out of a Florentia 1 mare. Jette de Jong, 21 years old. She placed 32th individually aboard her Heavenly Charming at the 2024 European Young Riders Championship last year in St. Margrethen. A score of 67.3%. Needs to make sure to keep the self-carriage here. The trot may stay a bit more on the hind leg, keep a bit more swinging over the back. Also here she needs to keep a little bit more self-carriage, a little bit less usage of the spurs here. It's also not really giving the aid in the right rhythm there, causing some big issues here in the collected walk to her, especially in the periods. Finds a good stretching now, really good over tracking the walk really through the body now. Good freedom of the shoulder. Could stay a bit more in front of the vertical, a little bit more steady in the connection there. Impressive flying change and change of direction. Another very nice flying change, really through the whole body. For me, he could do everything a bit more around the back, a bit more usage of the upper line, that the back is working even more than it already does. He comes a little bit behind her leg in this period as well. It was small, but for me as well could stay a bit better in the connection through the back into the mouth. Very clear and safe changes here. She's pushing him once more there. Impressive changes. She really took the risk. Good flying change at the end. Jette de Jong, ladies and gentlemen, representing Belgium together with her Heavenly Charming. A combination with a lot of technical highlights. For me, there's also still a lot of room for improvements by getting the horse more over the upper line, more working and a real connection to the mouth. You can see that here as well. She's turning in the period more with the inside rein than with the outside one. Very uphill here, these changes. And here comes the score, 68.765%. For Jette de Jong and Heavenly Charming today. It's currently the 19th rank, so even a higher score than she achieved last year.
68.765%. Now the teams are stepping in again, ladies and gentlemen. The real hot face for the European team.
And we are expecting another very exciting combination now.
The next to come is Sweden, with a lady successful in Aalborg and Talbot today, member of the Swedish team, riding first in hits with Fürsten by OED and Sandro in the pedigree of this Oldenburg gelding. First in hit presented by Maya Armanson for Sweden.
Nice to see. We directly see that, and we directly see the difference here in that first parts of the rising trot. the horse really being ridden from the seat to the hand here. Ladies and gentlemen, we switch over to Sweden and welcome the young, talented rider. We are delighted to introduce you Maja Armanson, riding the expressive gelding Fürstnet. Today presented on a bridle by the only 20 years old rider. I could gain a bit more ground cover here in this medium trot, maybe keep a bit more swinging over the back as well. Very, very nice here, that kind of trotting, the freedom in the shoulder, active hind leg. Really loose and supple, very, very nice self-carriage, super introduction into the half pass with a perfect bending and flexion, nearly perfect. Really smooth kind of riding here, very nice to see how really the energy of the hind leg goes through the whole body into the neck, achieving a real self-carriage. Really have the feeling that she's can stay light in her hand, guiding him through the exercises. Again, what a nice shoulder in. Fantastically ridden by Maja Armanson. Nice vault, super bending and flexion. Comes maybe a bit early in the half pass. Yeah, keep the swing. Ended up very nicely and a good transition into the walk. Very, very strong start. Oh, she's having the number at her stirrup. But that does not have any influence on the quality of their collective walk now. This is so nice again to see. She gives him the rein and the horse directly searches the rein, searches the contact by stretching forward without pulling onto the rein, getting heavy and strong in hand. Also could here gain a bit more ground cover, but we see a clear 4-beat rhythm in this extended walk. Ah, that's a clear issue there. Little tension. What a pity. A really expensive mistake for that combination here. I really like their kind of bending and flexion. You always see that she's really achieving a flexion out of a bending in a very, very nice self-carriage. Wow, super change. Yeah, she manages it really good now, tries to keep the back up. Very, very well done by Maja Armanson. Another expensive mistake. Still can manage to show the change at sea. The pet for the horse. Nice to see that reaction after the fold. A super nice period. Maybe could have been a bit more on the hind leg. Nice change to the left. Again, a super nice frame. I really love that connection she's having from the hind leg to the mouth during the whole test. And super changes here. Really expressive. A little issue there at the end. Shouldn't have said that. What a shame, these big mistakes here in the changes. They were so strong here. Nice transition, but again, little issues today here, especially with the flying changes. It seems sometimes that she cannot keep the activated hind leg always under the body and keep that connection today. What a pity. Such a joy to watch that combination, that kind of riding by Maya Armanson. Really nice and fluently here again in the medium trot. What nice frame, and this lovely half passes with really, really good bending and flexion. There is so much quality and potential, and today they couldn't show that 100%, but I'm sure an absolutely rising star for Sweden.
And the score for first in and Maya Armanson.
So the tension is rising again because the next and last competitor for Denmark is going to come. Here is the result, 67.676% today for Maya Armanson in first knit. Yeah, that's a pity. As we have seen it during the whole day, we are working with horses.
An average of 67.676%.
That's what makes that sport so special and absolutely individual from all other kind of sports.
Still in the lead, 217 and a bit, and Great Britain 207 and a bit.
But the tension is rising once more again because the scores for the medals are not decided yet. And I'm sure Julie Dam Yensen from Denmark wants to talk within now. Representing Denmark, ladies and gentlemen, we warmly welcome Julie Dam Yensen at Final Melody. With a fantastic and beautiful entrance, a very, very nice balanced halt in a super self-carriage. Very nice start. And again, we see a horse ridden from the hind leg to the mouth, really flowing, a light hand, light connection, a lot of swinging through the body. What an impressive start. Yeah, she got over 8 for that entry and halt. It's really nice to see. And what a nice shoulder in here. I may stay a little bit more in the self-carriage now during the vault and also during the half pass to keep his big swinging rhythm there. I'm sure that extended trot helps them again now for the right side. Ah, what a pity. Then the shoulder in, we see there's a lot of potential. She's back in the ring now. But of course that's expensive. Super nice now, these half bars, very good crossing, good swinging. But again, could stay a bit higher in the neck to even achieve some higher marks than she will already get. It's always sometimes a little bit too deep than there in the neck. Clear, collected walk. Very nice first period to the left here. Good in the rhythm. Active, started turning a little bit by himself there. Let's see how they find now the stretching. And if she can give him now the self-confidence to really breathe out, find a relaxation, gain ground cover. Yeah. She's really doing her best now to keep the walk under control. But of course we see they do not reach the highest part of relaxation today. Very smooth transition, easily. Super nice here. The half pass, good change, clear in the rhythm. Little issue there, she came through before the change 100% on the new side. Yeah, you see, there is a lot of ability for collection, but today still a bit big here. And again, I would wish myself a little bit more self-carriage. That she really has him a bit more open in front of her. Yeah, manages that quite good. But I think today he's not carrying the weight as much as he can on his hind legs. Super ridden here. Absolutely well managed. That was very difficult for Julie Yensen here. Into the corner, into the short side again. Very well done. And we see that he's finding the uphill tendency, and I think he can even jump more uphill when he finds a bit more the weight on the hind legs, jumps even more uphill into the neck. Very good extended canter, good change to the right. What a pity with that tension today. She was not able to really reach out the highest potential, the full potential of this fantastic combination here from Denmark. But it was still even a joy to watch Julie Yensen and Final Melody representing Denmark. We see that here again, really a lot of power from the hind legs. Really the energy flows through the horse, and if she can achieve that, it flows a little bit higher into the neck. To achieve a bit more self-carriage, she will even get some higher marks. Even here we can see that he comes a bit deep. Maybe, of course, she wants to help him a little bit, give him a little bit the back there. But of course then became a bit small as well, a bit big as well in this half period. Or here in the changes. Once more, when we imagine that he stays a bit higher, comes more up in the breast, in the chest, then there's more to come. 69.794% for Team Denmark, and the 12th rank today so far. So the chances are really rising now. because that stays, that says the second rank so far for Team Denmark, and the chances for the win of Germany are even higher.
Denmark
There's just
on
the
the
Netherlands
with
can
212.206%.
become a little bit dangerous once more.
Preliminary this silver medal rank. Now we go to Italy, Hungary with 132, but there will be some percentages to add. For this ride, Alejandro is coming, Hanoverian stallion from 2014 by first Dupardi.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's switch over to our friends from Italy.
Representing Italy.
I've already seen some interesting, sympathetic combinations here in Kronberg from Italy. And now their last rider here in the arena is Virginia Spönle. So let's enjoy the ride now. Representing Italy, Virginia Spönle. And her expressive stallion, Hanoverian stallion, Alejandro. He is by Fürstenwalde out of a Dancier mare. Virginia only being 17 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Horse is 11 years old. So still have a bit experience, and they have a strong entrance here. A really nice swinging trot work, active out of the hind leg. Also here we see the energy of the hind leg goes through the whole body. Maybe he could carry a bit more here in this half pass. A little bit, keep more the swinging. And for me, myself, I would wish as well a bit more the usage of the bridle. Very good extended trot here. Nice transition back again. Very nice in the frame here. But he could stay a bit more collected there. Very good here, the vault, yeah. Introduction into the half pass, directly on point with very steady connection, good bending and flexion. Absolutely super ridden by Virginia Spönle here. Very nice and impressive trot work. We see a clear 4-beat rhythm here. Could have had a bit more of control in that first period. I preferred the second one. And she's leaving him now a bit early that long. She should start at M with a medium walk and then turn into the extended walk. Where the horse really finds the stretching now. May find the stretching a bit more forward, downward. A clear 4-beat rhythm, not with the most over-tracking today. Yeah, yeah, that was well managed by the only 17 years old Virginia Spönle. It's absolutely amazing. She's doing a fantastic job here, representing the proud Italians. Really having a rising star here for their future in dressage sport. Yeah, manages that quite good. The period Still a bit big, needs to be carried more on the hind leg, getting him smaller there. Let's see how it goes to the right. Takes herself a little bit longer time for the preparation and a lot better the spirit to the right. Good flying change to the left. Again, I would wish myself a little bit more the usage of the bridle for the future. You can hear sometimes the teeth a little bit by Alejandro. Sure, they can improve that a bit in future. Yeah, that can happen. Definitely an issue there, but we have to point out that Virginia Spönle is really doing a fantastic job here with only 17 years old at these European Championships for the young riders. Another issue here. And I'm sure when they can achieve a little bit more suppleness, a little bit more self-carriage, a little softer connection into the mouth, they will reach out a lot higher scores than they do today. Thank you very much. Mille grazie. Virginia Spönle representing Italy, ladies and gentlemen.
Now we have 3 team riders left.
As you can hear, we have another 3 riders
Austria, France,
to go.
and the Netherlands. But
But
before
first we have a look on the score for Virginia Spönle.
and Italy.
Very nice here, the change. There's massive quality in that combination. With a little bit more experience, a little bit more suppleness. There's a lot to go.
So one score
And
is missing.
they will
Here
have a
we go.
bright future, I'm
And
sure.
66.059%
66.059% today
65,588. She gives 65.147%.
for Virginia Spönle.
66.324
Alejandro.
and B 66.471 gives Virginia and Alejandro an average of 66.059%.
And now I'm very excited for the
Now,
next and
Italy
last combination from Austria.
is totally on 198.294%.
Because she's riding a horse I've seen a few times before,
Now
also
we go
live.
to Austria.
It's a really
The winner of
famous
Atlantic
16-year-old Hanoverian
is
stallion
with us
Bodyguard.
Bodyguard, a stallion from Burlington.
And he's bred by Burlington
Born in 2009, Hanoverian breed.
out of a
Bodyguard and
Big
Florentina Yel
mare.
representing Austria.
ladies and gentlemen, representing Austria now. Proudly present Florentina Yel, 19 years old, riding her 16-year-old famous Hanoverian stallion Bodyguard. A beautiful first medium trot here, in a very good frame, super self-carriage. I always really enjoy watching that horse. Such a beautiful chestnut, always with a perfect attitude. Bred and owned by the very, very famous German Hengstation Ferienhof Stücker. Florentina Yel is really starting very harmonious with her personal bodyguard. Again, a very nice frame on the short side. Good swinging over the back, good connection. And the vault, yeah, could be a bit more balanced at the end there. Half pass to the right. Very clear and regular 4-beat rhythm, very nice in the frame. Super controlled. Pivot to the right. Maybe could have stayed a bit calmer at the end there, a bit clearer in the rhythm. Finds a really good stretching now. Clear 4-beat rhythm moving through the body. Could open a bit more the back there in the walk to maybe gain a bit more ground covering. Very nice, that kind of half pass here to the left. Really uphill change, such as the half pass goes uphill. Very, very nice. Here also in the self carriage. Good change to the left again. And she really keeps the activity of the hind leg there in these half passes. The period controlled between the inside leg and outside rein could have been a bit smaller to reach out higher marks there. Yeah, there was a bit of tension even before the change, so the change a bit short in the hind leg. Yeah, needs to make sure to really keep him over the back during that period. Really nice controlled 4-time changes here on the diagonal. And the 3-time changes also succeeded. Very nice uphill extended canter. As we can see at the end as well, the connection could be a bit softer today. He's a bit lighter in hand, a bit more over the back than he already is. Florentina Yel, ladies and gentlemen, representing Austria. A really solid performance here today in Kronberg. And that leads to 68.559%.
68.559% on the Austrian account. That is the average of our jury vote. at E66.324, at H69.559, at C68.382, at M78.82,
And that leads
67.647,
Team Austria now to the fourth
Vivian
rank with a final score of 205.706%.
That brings Austrian team with Dr. Oliver Barth currently on the fourth rank with a total of 205.706. Now the last competitor for France, Jarina Devali is coming, a Dutch mare, 11 years old from Everdale and
We switch over now
presented
and
by
pay
Anna
our
Kolu
full attention to the last
for
two
France.
combinations here in the FEI European Championships for the young riders. Once more we switch over to our beloved friends from France. Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue Anna Dupuy-Bellardi, 17 years old, competing together with Jarina de Valle. Jarina de Valle, 11 years old, bred in the Netherlands by Everdale out of a Zandro hit mare. Comes also with a lot of energy here in the trot. Good active hind legs. She really managed that well, improved the flexion during the half pass. We have seen that at the beginning he was a bit crooked in the neck, and then she could improve that during the half pass. Good through the corner, into the shoulder in, very nice balanced, good flexion, good bending here. Also very nice, the ball to the right, good half pass here. Just from my point of view, I would wish the tail a little bit calmer during the trot work. There's a clear issue in the rhythm there. He's stuck in the left hind leg. That was much better to the right here. Also here the collected walk is good in front of her eighth, but could stay a bit more collected. It's always to talk a little bit difficult to talk about the real collection and the walk, but that the horse is a little bit close more from the hind legs to the front. Finds a solid stretching here. May open up a bit more the back to find also here a little bit more relaxation and over tracking in the extended walk to even reach out higher marks. Absolutely well managed here by Anna Dupardi. Very nice change. Could maybe a bit more through the body, reach a bit more ground cover in the change. Another good period here to the right. Very solid change to the left. He's gaining some more points here now again for France. Super. The 4-time changes here. Really supple. I think there was a little mistake at the end. I think the last one was not a 4 tempi anymore, it was a 3 tempi. But very nice 3-time changes here. Uphill through the body. Yeah, the 4 times had a mistake at the end. What a pity by this high quality of changes. And again, this is a little bit maybe also less experienced. The rider, only 17 years old, really did a super job here representing our beloved friends from France, ladies and gentlemen. Anna Dupardi and Jarina de Valle representing France. Here we see that really a lot of potential for these flying changes. Nice uphill. Absolutely sympathetic combination from France. And this is 67.206% for today's ranking here. It's the 29th place so far, and there's only one more competitor to come. So now the tension is rising. The decision about the medals is going to be done soon. Team France is going to lead on the 7th rank so far with a score of 203.559. Of course, we will have a look again after our last competitor.
Currently on the 7th rank. Now, last not least, the prize of iWest supplements for the Netherlands. The team and individual silver medalist of the last European Championships with Hexagons Nachtwacht, KWPN Gelding from Everdalen Dupardi. Hier is Tessa Cole, Netherlands.
I don't know how you feel, but I'm quite excited now. Once more, we have seen so many absolutely talented riders today and horses as well. And now the last combination. From our good friends from the Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present Tessa Cole and Hexagons Nachtwacht. Tessa being a bit more experienced, already 20 years old. Yeah, at the beginning of the short side we could see that really nice frame there. Good swingings through the body. Half pass to the left very fluently. And the extended trot, again, very impressive. For myself, he could stay a bit looser in the back. Keep a bit more swinging over the back. There we can see still a lot of swinging, that's no question, but he could open a bit more up the back, just from my point of view. Very nice here, the self-carriage really can open the frame. Comes super now in this half pass to the right, very fluently, good crossing, good bending and flexion. Very clear and regular, collected walk here between the periods. Already very small periods. Good bending and flexion, good self-carriage, and clear in the rhythm. He's gaining ground cover, find the stretching, and a good stretching forward downwards. That's a tough race now between Tessa Cole and Lana Pinu Baumgürtel, ladies and gentlemen. He becomes a bit unsnaffle there. The period in good control. But also here in the canter work, I would wish myself a little bit more the jump really through the back, a little bit lighter. Very nice, the introduction here, the preparation, absolutely super managed, that period here, that period by Tessa Cole. Solid change to the left. Absolutely clear and safe changes here on the diagonal. Really well balanced, absolutely straight. Again, a really safe and solid last diagonal here. Tessa Cole and Hexagon's Nachtwach making the end here with a fantastic another round for the Netherlands. A strong performance we have seen here at the end. The last team rider at this FEI European Championships for the young riders in Kronberg.
that score.
And will she beat Lana Pinu Baumgürtel? No, she won't. 73.206% for Tessa Cole, Hexagons Nachbach, which is the second rank so far, just in front of Anna Teibel and Raben, being third today with 72.559%. But Lana Pinu Baumgürtel and Sync Emma FHNRW, who reached out their personal best today with 74.294% and a really nice harmonious round, took over the lead, and that means the second place for the Team Netherlands with 215.853, gold for Germany with a total score of 217.029%. Congratulations to the team members of Germany and of course to the team members of the Netherlands, reaching out a brilliant silver medal here at the European Championships. Congratulations to fantastic riding to Denmark. It was really a joy to watch these riders. Today they achieved the bronze medal with 212 points, followed by Great Britain on the 4th place. Austria today on the 5th rank, just close before Team Sweden, who were a bit unlucky maybe this weekend as well. On the 7th rank we have Poland, just in front of France, and the 9th rank today goes to Team Spain. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, everything is going to be prepared, and stay tuned. We are soon getting over to the prize ceremony here live from Kronberg, the Gestüt Schafhof at the FEI Dressage European Championships. And the first decision is made for the young riders, the team competition. Gold to Germany, silver for the Netherlands, and bronze for Denmark. We have seen so many outstanding talents, we have to say. Great combinations. We have seen a lot of good and really nice kind of riding. And I hope you really enjoyed watching these European Championships so far as much as I did. Here we have a closer look on the individual ranking from today. Lana Pinu Baumgürtel with a sensational round, and Sync Emma FH on the 1st place with 74%, followed by Tessa Cole, which just seen, and Hexagons Nachbach being 2nd, and Anna Teibel Raban and her inspiring Sparade from Denmark being on the 3rd today, closely followed by Luciano Baumgürtel. And as I said, stay tuned and let's celebrate these young ambitions, talents here in Kronberg in a few minutes together at the prize ceremony here from this outstanding setting at Gestüt Schafhof, Kronberg in Germany. My name is Robinson Bodevik, and it really was a pleasure to guide you again today to this final of the European Championships of the young riders. But this is not the only one decision we are going to see today. Later on at the beginning of 2 o'clock, you need to be back here live on Clipmores and FEI TV, because we have live for you all the participants of the second half of the U25 riders. And believe me, it's going to be very excited. We already have seen yesterday fantastic combinations on that Grand Prix level. nearly Grand Prix level. It's an Intermediate 2, which has been ridden, but a test with the Piaf Passage. Full periods, and only the 2-time and 1-time changes, which make the biggest difference to the Prix Saint-Georges, where we do not have the Piaf Passage and only the 3- and 4-time changes, such as well as the half periods. So the grade of difficulty is going to rise up. Stay tuned. My name is Robinson Bodevik, and we will hear us in a few minutes again when we welcome and celebrate our young ambitious riders and the Team Germany, Netherlands and Denmark.
Recreational riders since 1987. West is your competent partner in all questions regarding your horse's individual feeding needs. West congratulates today's winning pair and all placed riders on their performances and outstanding success in this competition. Whether you're a top athlete or recreational sportsman, whether in competition, training or leisure time, Uvex helmet and riding gloves combine maximum protection, a perfect fit and sophisticated design. They are the perfect combination 365 days a year around the clock on all trails. prize-giving ceremony of I-West Supplements European Championships Kronberg 2025 Team Competition Individual Classification presented by I-West. And a very warm welcome to our prize-giving committee, the chef jury, Mrs. Maria Koljander from Finland, as well as our hosts, Ann-Katrin and Liselott Marie Wilsnow. And here we come to our protagonist, the top 8.
Yeah, we see
This team
the
classification.
famous
And the
Ann-Katrin
individual
Linsenhoff.
ranking coming here with their personal best. Quotenkönig on place 8, Celestine Kindler, Germany.
And here are the winners. Team Germany, ladies and gentlemen.
The 7th
We
place,
see Celestine Kindler and her Quotenkönig.
the Netherlands, Magny and Yasmin Vesserink.
Together with Rose Oatley, Luciano Bongle and Lana Pinu Bongle winning the gold medal.
6th place, again a personal best. Kronberg to Hollister, Mira Dixo, Hungary.
The 7th place, we've just seen Yasmin Vesserink and her amphitryon oldie, and now Mira Dixo and her lovely Alesta achieving today their personal best with 70.824%.
One personal best after the other. All the
Yeah, and we have another personal best for the 5th place today, also to the Netherlands.
71.853%. The Netherlands with my first choice Utopia, Anina Kolu.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Annick van der Hulst and my first choice, Utopia. Achieving their personal best here in Kronberg with a fantastic clear round and 71.853%.
And here we go. Congratulations to the 4th place, 71.97%. Thiago Fera and Luciano Bongle, Germany.
And the next competitor being celebrated here at the prestigious and stunning arena in Kronberg is the 4th place for Germany, Luciano Bongle, and 71.970% together with her Zink Hugo FH. And now we pay
Places 8
our attention
already celebrated. Now
to the last
the top 3
and to the first
Prize of the West.
3
The Preis der
competitors.
Tierernährung. I-West has been developing and producing high-quality diets and supplements for horses of competitive and recreational riders since 1987.
Ladies and gentlemen, and this
I-West
FEI Dressage European Championship for the young riders is also the prize of I-West by Dr. Meyer GmbH. And all together
you can celebrate every party with the Dutch guys. Our top 3.
here they are, ladies and gentlemen. The winner, Lana Pinu Bongle and Zink Emma FH and RW with their fantastic round and their personal best of 74.294%. Having such an outstanding performance today here with a lovely and really supple round, smoothly being ridden by this young talent, Lana Pinu Bongle.
The spot in our focus, riding their personal best with unbelievable 74.294%. We're happy about Sink Emma FH NRDW and Lana Pinu Bongle to Germany. Congratulations! Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to stand for the national anthem of Germany.
We could see a real Olympian participant here, only singing the German national team, and Katrin Linsenhoff really honors that outstanding win here of Lana Pinu Bongle and Sink Emma FH, achieving now the congratulations of today's chef jury Maria Kolianda from Finland, and now the congratulations as well from the daughter Ann-Katrin Linsenhoff.
Vierte Siegers eingelegt mit der European Championship Siegerdecke, erhielt einen 6 Kilogramm Eimer West, Magny Turbo und ein silbernes Tablett Porto. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. So the special prizes is 6 kilogram portion of West Magny Turbo and a silver plate. Congratulations, Lana Pinu Bongle. Runner-up, the second place, 73.206, and her personal best with that, Tessa Cole, Hexagon's Nachbar, the Netherlands. Congratulations!
Yeah, congratulations again now to the Netherlands for a fantastic second place today for Tessa Cole and Hexagon's Nachbar, also reaching a personal best with 73.206%. And what a nice round we have also seen from Anna Teibel-Raben and her Spara Day. Today, the bronze, the third place with 72.559%.
And sophisticated design. Many thanks also here to Ubex, to Invest.
And congratulations again from family Linsenhoff.
This, ladies and gentlemen, happy faces in our first prize giving ceremony. And the medal ceremony will come directly afterwards.
Oh, look at these nice bandages with a badge of Denmark.
Many thanks to our sponsors. Congratulations to all the teams and the individual riders. And now, the lap of honor. The lap of honor is
we say congratulations to the winner, Lana Pinu Baumgürtel, and Sink Emma FH NRW. Congratulations to the Netherlands, to Tessa Cole and Hexagon's Nachtwacht, and for sure, congratulations once more to Denmark, Anna Teibel, Robin and Sparaday. That must be a great feeling now. I hope you can enjoy that.
Well done and congrats again. Sink Emma, Emma, and Lana Pinu Baumgürtel.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was the prize giving
So we give ourselves
for the first part.
prize giving ceremony a little break to prepare the setup for the following medal ceremony of the European Championships. for the
And we are going to be soon back in a few minutes.
and a couple of minutes.
The setup is going to be prepared now for the prize giving of the medals now for the teams.
Broken feelings deeper than
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the European Championships 2025 Kronberg for young riders. We say welcome again to our honorary committee of this medal ceremony. And we welcome the representative of the International Equestrian Federation, FEI Dressage. The co-CEO of the German Equestrian Federation responsible for sport, Dr. Dennis Pfeiffer. President of the Grand Jury, Maria Colianda. As well as Ann-Katrin and Lisa Dixo. And here we go to our top stars. The bronze medal goes to
And let's celebrate together the team of Denmark with their fantastic rides. So sympathetic combinations and talented young riders here in Kronberg. Anina Kolu enters Paraday, Michela Skovsaga and Blue Horse Elliott, and Julie Dam Yensen and Final Melody, achieving the bronze medal with the team.
bronze medal to Denmark. They leave us for a while, and we sure they come back. But I think Denmark bronze medal, big area of Oksana, Natalia Platter, and Julie Dam Yensen, as well as 70 years. The silver medal team, led by Sheptiki Monik Kurz-Wächter. Our applause. Here are the silver medalists from the Netherlands. Anina Kolu, Vicky Scherslater,
And the
and Tessa Cole.
And the celebration for the Netherlands,
My first choice
concluding Tessa Cole and Hexagon's Nachtwacht, Annick van Dulst and my first choice Utopia, Yasmin Vesserink and Amphitryon OLD, and Mickey Schellstrater and Venezia OLD, winning together as a team here the silver medal in that FEI European Championships for the young riders. And now, ladies and gentlemen,
Now we come nearer and nearer.
we are going to celebrate
Backwards to our top riding teams.
the winning team.
Riding Blue Horse Elliott, Paraday and Final Melody. The first team, 5 feet, with their nation's flag. In the lead of Janet and
But
Yensen.
first, the team of Denmark, together with their national coach, coming into the arena, onto the podium now.
And the silver team, 5 feet. Under the eyes of Sheptiki Monik Kurz-Wächter.
The rising stars of Denmark, ladies and gentlemen. Anna Teibel-Raben, Michela Skovsaka and Julie Dam Jensen. And here comes the team Netherlands with their Bonds coach. winning the silver medal today here. Tessa Cole, Annick van Dolst, Yasmin Vesserink and Mickey Schellsträter.
Gold medalists of the European Championships 2025.
Showing really strong performances, absolutely strong mindsets.
And here is the host nation.
And here are now the winners, the new team European Championship of 2025. Just in front we see Lana Pinu Baumgürtel on her Zink Emma FH, Celestine Kindler Quotenkönig, Luciano Baumgürtel and Zink Hugo FH, and of course the ambitious Rose Oatley presented yesterday, Don Domingo together winning the gold medal. New European champions.
The prize and medal ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medal of 2025 European Championships. And up on the podium, Denmark. Congratulations, Janne Andreasen.
Stepping up the podium now, Team Denmark.
Yensen, the bronze medal.
Awarded by the bronze medal.
And the podium for this
Really strong kind of riding from these three riders.
Around Monique Kotschafter, the Team Netherlands. Again, Annick van Dolst.
And the silver medal to the team of the Netherlands. Congratulations.
And here are the winners, the gold medalists, the European champions of 2025 European
And now
Championships.
stepping up onto the podium,
Germany,
the
Team
winners,
Germany.
Team Germany.
With Celestine Kindler, Rose Oatley, Lana Pinu Baumgürtel and Luciano Baumgürtel and Chefteam Cornelia Albrecht.
It was absolutely a joy to watch all of these performances today and yesterday.
First of all, the medals will be presented by the representative of the FEI, Mariette Vitages-Dirjens, now gives the bronze medals to Denmark.
And now the Team Denmark receives the bronze medals.
Again, applause for Denmark, bronze medalist, and the Europeans. Well done.
I'm not sure, but I think it's Mrs. Ruth Klimke. Is she? Who is...
And now the silver medals will be as well presented by the representative of the FEI.
No, she's not.
The silver medal of the Europeans 2025 go to the Netherlands. To Annick van Dolst, Mickey Schellsträter, Yasmin Vesserink and Tessa Cole and Chefteam Monique Kotschafter. Congratulations. title of
So
the
lovely to
team
see
champion
the silver medal here for Team
and
Netherlands.
champions
Happy riders,
The
a
gold
happy
medals
team.
presented by Mariette Vitages to the team of Germany. Chelsea Kidner, Rose Oakley, Lana Pinu, as well as Luciano Bongle, the team of Cornelia Albrecht. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our top teams are completely decorated with everything needed for the national anthem of the winning team. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the anthem of Germany.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The team medals have been awarded here at the FEI European Championships for young riders. And we congratulate again all the riders and nations on their outstanding performances. What a fantastic celebration of young talent and international dressage sport here live from Kronberg, broadcasted on Klippenhorst TV and FEI TV. And as I mentioned before, stay tuned. At 2 o'clock the decision starts to be made in the U25 division, and I hope to welcome you then again here live on Klippenhorst TV and FEI TV.
And the official congratulations now, ladies and gentlemen, by the president jury of this team competition, Maria Kolianda from Finland. Followed by the congratulations of our sponsors, Investiania und Dr. Meyer, GmbH, and our host families, Ann-Kathrin Linshoff and her daughter, Lieselot Marie Linshoff. They have for third placed the silver frame with their European Championships photo, as well as a European Championships stable plate, and also the personally signed Linshoff book, as well as the E-West saddle book. The second place, the silver team, receives, as well as the third team, a silver frame with their European Championships photo, and again the stable plates and the Linshoff book, and special prize from E-West. also the special prizes for the winning team. Silver frame with a gold medal photo. Lynn's notebook. And a grouping back by the West with various ingredients. The West Magny, belt, pocket, cleaning arrangements, and the West first aid set. Sara, Anna Taylor-Robert, and Julia Yensen win the bronze medal for Denmark. Tessa Cole, Yasmin Vesserink, Emiline Chev, and Anina Kolu. They are the silver medalists of the Europeans 2025. Luciano Bongle, Lana Pinu, Rose Oakley, and Celestine Kittler bring gold home for Germany. As long as we are shaking hands, a big thank you to our sponsors. The first Global Invest Supplements, Dr. Meyer, for the support of this European Championships, generally for the sport, for the support of all sports. Silver frame with memories of Schafhof 2025. A stable plate as well. And as soon as all hands are shaken, it's photo time. Everybody packed with sashes, with ribbons, with blankets and prizes. Now we kindly ask our medal committee to join the riders for the final picture. First the car picture, then the UU picture. Everybody waving hands. Our medalists from Denmark, Netherlands and Germany. Moments forever. Start on Schafhof. So the silver and bronze medalists stay on the podium, and we currently have the German team to mount the horses again. And first another picture, and another. Can't be enough. What a moment for these young ladies. As soon as all pictures are taken, we kindly ask the German team, wir bitten das deutsche Team wieder aufzusetzen. Und natürlich erst, wenn alle Fotos gemacht wurden. Denmark and the Dutch team stay on the podium, please. No, please stay on the podium. expect a real golden lap of honor. Again, both stays by feet. Teammates mounting their horses. Everybody reins in the hand. And with the music, we start with the lap of honor of the 2025 European Championships at Schaumburg, Germany, with the Team Germany. With Broashkova, Lana Pinu, and Luciano Bongle. Yensen, congratulations, and gives us good appetite for the upcoming days. So this was the first stop. The individual test and freestyle will follow in the coming days. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a lunch break. And at 2 o'clock we'll have and enjoy the second part of the Under 25 European Championships. 2 o'clock, the second row